Hello. It's the enter here. And we're going to wait for the song to finish. Song finished. Okay, so, my objectives for today... hope everyone's doing well, by the way. I feel like I might slightly have something. But I would like to do Aurora Glade in Riverside Province on this character. And finish a storybook. And get the windfall that brings. I also... Let's just go begin this process. I also am deeply tired of... I really ought to bring these characters into Reforged mode now, since that's apparently a thing that I can do. Because it reduces the cost of acquiring skills, and that will speed this up tremendously. But there's a purist... Oh, man, I keep forgetting to update stream settings. Someday I will remember to do that. With the info dead on stick provided. But there's a part of me that's kind of like being a purist. I'm like, I want to finish this under OG restrictions. I've gotten as far as I have, and I want to finish it. So I'm probably going to torture myself for no good reason. Because that's what I've decided to do. But I really want to get... Oh, man. I don't know why I was just struck by the glowy light over there and everything. I wish Guild Wars 2 did a better job of, like, wowing me with its visuals. I really find it perplexing that it doesn't. But anyway, what I would like to do is finish the storybook and Maguma jungle quests on this character. And then, depending upon where that is... I would also like to... Oh man, I could start doing Wick. That'd be good. I can get some good greens off of that too. But I'd like to jump to other characters. I am sick and tired of these Maguma Jungle skill quests, like, locking things up. And then I want to jump to other characters and be like, hey, you have your Maguma Jungle quest too now. So I'm going to be checking on my other characters for these quests because, like I said, I'm sick and tired of having them hanging over me, and so I kind of want to bring them out. At some point in time, I might do a day that's like the Great Ascalonian Migration or something, where I take all of the characters that I have that are not prophecies and get them to Ascalon City. It's a tedious pain in the rear end, and I might as well do it all at once. Weirdly enough, for a long time, one of my best, like, Guild Wars videos on my channel was me taking a dervish to Ascalon. Like, that was kind of what the title was about. I don't feel like it had a great thumbnail or anything. I just, for some reason, people wanted to watch that one. I am fine with that, but confused by it. Like, why was that one popular? Who knows? Anyway. In other news, I feel like I can't figure out the lore in Eclipse draft environment. Talking about Magic the Gathering here. I don't know. It's like, I'm having a really hard time evaluating what cards indicate I should be trying to do what strategies, and... I should not have Shadow Hex on this character right now. It is not helping me that much. But it's like, oh, when should I be going into one of the typal archetypes? When should I be trying to do some sort of vivid thing? What even are the other things? It feels like there's like 6 draft archetypes. which is probably not entirely accurate, but the 5 tribes plus um, Vivid, or just smash some stuff together. I don't know. It feels like the sort of format that is rewarding for people who can spend a lot of time drafting it, and is really rough for people like me who can't. That's what it feels like. And so it's a bit tough, but anyway. Next week, my LGS will be doing a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles pre-release, and I'm looking forward to that. Actually. And we'll do like 2 drafts and then go back to... Probably back to Lore and Eclipsed. Maybe something else. I don't care about the Spirit of Symbiosis, but my heroes do. My throat feels a little scratchy today for some reason. I do feel like... I mentioned this kind of at the top, that I've... might be coming down with something a little bit. So if I'm a little bit more quiet than normal... or if I have random coughing, that's why. I don't want to deal with those. Antara's all like, I don't want to get involved with your human wars. Okay, let's fight these guys off. It's an interesting sky kind of streaked through with pinks and blues. That guy's just not been attacking. This quest in particular, but I also need to do other ones. It's not like I want to be dedicated to doing these on literally every character, but on the characters that are a core profession, I want to. I'm not going to do this one right now. I'm actually going to do urgent warning. Wow, this is garbage at this point. Also not very good. This is dry tops right over here. It's just making me think of the Guild Wars 2 dry top map. I was thinking about like Heart of Thorns and Maguma and stuff. Power shot is a skill. I think one of the things that is really striking me is see that tree over there that I'm wiggling the mouse cursor over. I feel like if this was Guild Wars 2, it would just be a silhouette. And like the fact that it's not just a silhouette really helps with sort of the sense of it, I guess. It's one of those things where like I have a certain feeling about things where it's like, okay, Guild Wars 1 views, despite being a lower, like arguably a lower graphics fidelity than Guild Wars 2, Guild Wars 1 nonetheless feels like more awe-inspiring to me. Why? And it doesn't mean I'm always going to come up with correct answers, but I at least want to be like interrogating the question. Does that make sense? I want to be searching for the answer to that question. Man, I felt like I was so lazy on hitting that interrupt, and yet I still hit whirlwind. Which is not like a super long activation or anything. Hmm. I feel like I'm gonna want to work Elias into my team comp when I go to. Yeah, I probably should drop Zenmai at that point. Just bring Elias with minions. One of these Moss Scarabs is level 16. I find that interesting. I wonder why that one is level 16. Yeah, a few of them are. Some level 12s and some level 16s. Huh. Don't think I've noticed that level disparity before. You know what would be really cool? If 2 weeks gave any value to the being in Henjived and Ravi. is like, for such a large outpost, nothing happens there. There's a primary quest, and that's it. There used to be some unique crafting opportunities, I guess. But with the introduction of the insignia system, those went away. Hmm. So many moss scarabs. These guys really don't like can't touch this. I can barely do anything here. The elementalists are on top of that level difference. Yeah, I'm gonna ignore those guys in favor of walking in the door. Well, not if they drop stuff. Hmm. I feel like I need to eat some ice cream to deal with this irritation in the back of my throat. As if that would fix it. I don't think it would. It just sounds soothing. Oh, ugh. I heard they did this. The glowing enter mission button. It feels gross and floaty. Okay, hang on. Interface. Intermission. No, what is this? Bill monitor. No, I want that there. Okay, I'm gonna just stick this over here on top of the compass. That still feels gross, but it's less gross. I understand why they did that. It's one of the weird problems. And I was actually thinking about this of something, excuse me, something I should have done in that like 2-hour new player tips video that I made. Is I should have explained. Okay, I don't have any reason to want any of those. Is I should have explained how you actually start missions, because it's, and like some details about missions, and I've thought about making a separate video about missions, because it's just so wildly inconsistent. And one of the big inconsistencies is how you start a mission, because in Prophecies and Factions you had the enter mission button. In Nightfall and Eye of the North you talk to an NPC, and like the icons for starting them is different between those two, because like Eye of the North missions you can have resurrection points, and it's just wildly inconsistent. I'm gonna sell all this junk. Okay. I wanted to boot Zenmai in favor of Elias. Yeah, that's fine. Whatever. I like Blood Bond with minions because it helps heal them, but it's not really necessary. I do want Dark Bond, though. Dun 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 dun. I tend to favor these minions because they help with body blocking. Just a suite of support things there. I don't want to run both Blood of the Master and Bip on the same character. That sounds like a recipe for disaster. I wonder if the AI uses Feast for the Dead at all intelligently. What I'm trying to think about right now is what skill I want to be in this spot. Might just go with Signet of Lost Souls. Arguably, I don't really need to be running Milani, but I like the heals that she can kind of occasionally drop. Yeah. Right, I don't really need Shatter Hacks, do I? It's proving a bit awkward. I should put Chaos Storm in that spot. Alright. I have the hard mode thing now, which is nice. That free-floating intermission button. Again, I fully appreciate why it's there because there's a lot of players who just can't figure out how to start missions, especially if they followed common advice and started at Nightfall, and then they go to Prophecies and they're like, how does work? Okay. How do I... I just don't need people trying to spam nonsense in here. Hey, Salty Grease. Good to see ya. Hope you're doing well. Did you see that you can reforged mode? The slight beam is weirdly notable. You can reforged mode existing characters now as well as factions and Nightfall ones. You can keep up, Elias. Doing an Orion impression. All it does is lowers the cost of purchasing new skills. And if you go to Prophecies, you'll get the benefits, obviously, from that. Wanded. Good job, elementalists. Oh ho. What do we have here? White mantle fighting than a wildlife. I want to get in on fighting the wildlife. And the white mantle. But not Cuthbert the Chaste. You just know that somebody with that name like makes a really big show about it, but then doesn't actually. That's how it feels. Did I take a slightly more direct path than normal? I don't think so. I'm looking forward to seeing if they fixed the animations here, because this place has had some really buggy animations for quite a while. Okay, I think they might have. Let's make sure we look. Okay, there's the vines blocking things, and if I drop this on the thorn pedestal, nope, it's not working properly. I'd like them to fix that at some point in time, but... What a twisty mission this is. Twisty and turny and turny and twisty. Spiders. Ooh, Monstrous Claw. I didn't know spiders could drop Monstrous Claws. That's nice. I'll take that. Monstrous parts tend to be more valuable. I'm happy to get them. Wow, that was deeply not worth it. I should have just E-Surged there instead of Chaos Stormed. Okay, well, our minions really don't like whatever's going on over here, so... In the interest of minions being nice to have on hand... Hang on, we've got a long tail. Part of me kind of wants to set up an Elias build that looks like it was from 2005. Thunderclap is doing some good work. But I kind of miss minion mastering, where the challenge was how many minions could you actually manage to keep alive at once. That was how many minions you would have. No, I don't want that. No, I don't want that. These white metal savants don't even have much in the way of a skill bar. Barbs goes really well with these sorts of scenarios, but Elias is already spread too thin for that. I would hope less. Yeah, less is fine for the moment. It's really easy to think that less is in danger, but less is not in danger. Granted, less will be in danger. So I'm gonna tell Don Coro to go. Healing Breeze, but sometimes Healing Breeze is all you really need. This will get us the bonus, which I'm going to want to get anyway. They call him the Demagogue. It's such a straightforward name. You would not call your champion Demagogue. That's like... That's like... I don't know. I don't know what the best comparison is. It's a really weird choice and not something that you'd normally do. This is what I'm saying. Hopefully 2 weeks can figure out why the animations with these thorn things broke. Shielding hands keep making me worried that something went wrong with something. Okay. Time for Operation Kill All the White Mantle. I'll admit, I would feel a little bit better here if I had, like, incoming fallback charge, any of that sort of stuff, but we'll just do what I normally do and go grab this, and then push into their group, and then kill all of White Mantle and the Demagogue, and then grab the thing. It'd also be nice if I had a proper snare, now that I'm thinking about it, but I don't, so I should... Do I have Imlad? Imlad would have been really good to have brought, but I don't think I have that. I have to go for just the absolute don't want to deal with these guys strategy. I accidentally body blocked him. How fantastic is that? Yeah, it's just me and my horde of minions doing, you know, thing where you just walk in on their territory and wipe them all out. I mean, my elementalist did a lot of work there too, so. Demigod, not even a boss enemy, just level 16. Clearly a politician. That's a lot harder to do on hard mode. I still think it's like the general best strategy though. You just want to make sure you bring a snare in hard mode. But the strategy of push into the white mantle, take them down, be aggressive, don't try to defend. If they're out, because they have a limited number of people there, and if they run out of them, they lose. So. And I remember failing that mission so freaking many times in the past, though. Oh, Hexbreaker. Yeah, that would do it. We still haven't gotten to the time that I started the stream at last week. I just had such a late start. It was so much later than I wanted. I forget the reason why at this point. I think there's just something going on. No, no Heelys. Hmm. Random Windrider. I missed his Shatter Enchantment. Mesmers are hard to interrupt because of fast casting, though. Definitely am not employing the right strategy. He's here, and the Henge Guardian will stay affected by empathy less long than the others. Oh, hey, some random elementalist is here. Neat. I'm going to wave to a random player. I get anything interesting in these? Heralds, I don't think that's worth anything. I unlocked a minor marksmanship rune. That one, like, probably is not worth anything, but who knows? Shadow, give me my quest. Kira, stop being paranoid. Okay. I'm going to boot Milani out of here because I feel like it. Ooh, I could bring Gwen. Honestly, I'm just going to go with Zenmai. I'm going to bring Zenmai back in here. I like some of the versatility that she brings with empathic removal and such. Do I have... Yeah. I don't think she really needs Shroud of Distress. So I'm going to give her Caltrops. And I'm going to go ahead and replace... Do I replace Shambling Horrors with... I'm going to go slot that in. It's going to be bad for his energy, though. I need a new ID kit, Ozem. Thank you. Okay. Now to see if any of these runes have any value. Herald's is... Oh, it's got a little bit of value. Probably not quite enough. Minor Mark... from a 46 gold or... I'm not sure on that one. Well, it's free money now. Okay, 80. That's pretty good. Fiery Hammerhaft unlocked. Go me. Sword Pommel of Enchanting was just unlocked with an 11%er. What? What a trash tier weapon. I really should get Zenmai slightly better daggers, but also assassin damage largely does not come from their daggers. I do... She would benefit from Zealous daggers. The other thing with Zenmai that would be really good to do is get far enough in Nightfall that I can get her armor that does not look like pajamas. And not even like sexy pajamas, just like really bland pajamas. Well, at least I have a pyromancer to deal with that nonsense. Marking web. And I need to go up the hill. I think you can pick up those marking webs. I don't know why you would bother following this spider. It's the weirdest, like, quest thing of, like... follow Carlotta, my spider, she knows the way. It's like, okay, our quest is follow this spider who is leaving these marking webs and is extraordinarily slow. And it's like, why do they implement this NPC when they also implemented a quest marker that can just show you where your objective is? It's so strange. And I'm very curious about what the story behind that is, because it seems like, why did they bother setting up this spider to slowly pathfind you through this place? It's not even like it's a confusing path. It's pretty straightforward. And I'm sure there's some story behind why they did it. There's something that they were trying to do. But I don't know what that story is. So I'm curious about it. Good job, Zenmai. Caltrops is one of those skills that's actually kind of useful. Because it's an AoE snare. And it turns out AoE snares are actually kind of useful. don't know, I'm feeling really refreshed today in a weird sort of way. Not like personally, but towards the game. That's making me happy. Vibing here in Maguma. Watching trolls fall over. That statue of Melandria has always been kind of a neat one. We have favor right now, apparently, too. You can tell because it's all leafy and water's flowing. That's something that they don't have, is like the favor mechanic. Like, so Guild Wars 2, right? First of all, I wish that they always showed higher quality, or like higher quality versions of these old models. I don't know why they changed them. But ignoring that particular detail for the moment, they don't have a favor system in that, and like it's understandable. Navigating that quickly because I know how to navigate that particular dialogue. Yeah, I don't know. I know I need to clear out my inventory though, and I'm going to do that in my guild hall. Oh yeah. Didn't get great on that. All right. Yeah, a lot of the stuff is just not worth it. Sell, 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 sell. Okay, this is the last one that I need to fill out this book. That's exciting. I was having something I was thinking about that I kind of forgot. It's okay. Not sure where Dead on Stick has been lately. It's fine. It doesn't have to be here, but I've been thinking about slime stuff. I'm really looking forward to book 23 whenever the heck that comes out in the US. I felt like that time I got reincarnated as a slime, like, is really strong through about like book 12 or 13 or whatever, and then it starts having less of the stuff that I really like. But book 22 like ended more strong, like in a stronger spot than I feel like it started by a long shot. And now I'm really looking forward to like seeing how it all kind of concludes in book 23. Anyway, it's really interesting to think about like what people are wanting from the entertainment media that they enjoy. This guy's, I'm about to ruin his whole day. Like a lot of what I particularly liked and have like particularly liked about the time I got reincarnated as a slime is the sort of nation building politics angle. I thought that's really interesting. And when you get into the latter half, there's kind of like a big conflict that like starts off interesting in a lot of its implications. And so like there's some amount of that like politics stuff that kind of continues, but it kind of is in the background to a larger ongoing evolving conflict. That has some interesting things going on, but it's not emphasizing the parts that I was particularly fond of as much. Well, that savage shot was just rude. And so I don't feel like it's as strong, but people who maybe like the combat, maybe they really liked it. And like part of the problem that I personally have with some of that section of slime, like books, I don't know, 14 through 22, whatever, is, and this is like a very technical sort of thing. I feel like either the translation or the writer doesn't really feel like they have great vocabulary for trying to describe the stakes or the challenge of the combat encounter. There's a lot of redundancy of language, and like, so I forget which book it is, 15, 16, 17, somewhere in there. I think it's before 18. He introduces like a power level scale instead of measuring everything by like, basically it's this thing where the author is constantly trying to talk about what the relative power levels of various characters are, to try to give a sense of the challenge that our heroes have to overcome, or just how much they're like more powerful than whatever. You know, there's various reasons why you want to give that sort of power level differential. And because of escalating power levels, it results in this sort of situation where the author is kind of like running out of, or seems to, or the translators have, and it's, I can't entirely talk about the author because of course I'm reading an English translation, so that in and of itself is inherently like, how much is what I'm reading a fault of the translator versus the original author, right? And the Japanese author. But it's the language sort of like lacks variety, and it feels like there's a real effort to basically say it's an uphill battle, folks, but it's not over till it's over. And like Spider, so I'm Spider, so what, has some amount of that too, but it feels like it's more organically woven in, and it doesn't come up as much. And there it's like stats alone don't tell you the full story. You need to know your skills and your actual like tactics and stuff. Right. And it feels like it's trying to communicate the same basic concept of like something that represents how like much power you have to wield is not the be all end all determiner. And it's like, okay, but how do you write that in a way that's compelling? And I feel like Slime doesn't do as good of a job of that as Spider does. And also does it more than Spider does. With some of those books, so it's, I don't know. It's a weird thing to try to think about and think through. Okay, but like, like this is a legitimate problem that you have when you're trying to write these sorts of stories, where you have extreme power levels. And it's like when you run yourself into the Goku problem, right, from Dragon Ball Z, and it's like, okay, we're going Super Saiyan 3, and we have this much screaming and power lines. Like, you can kind of like visually and like auditorially and stuff demonstrate it to the audience in an anime, to some extent in a manga. But when you're writing a light novel or when you're just writing a book, basically, and all you have is written word, how are you conveying some of these concepts? And there's things that you can do in other media that work really well for this, but trying to describe that with words is not easy to do. So it's like, okay, but so what's your solution going to be? No convert hexes. And so it's like, this is a legitimate thing that you have to solve as a problem in your writing. To be able to try to make this land and have impact with the reader. So then the question becomes, okay, how are you going to accomplish that? Some of these guys have axes and others apparently have swords. Yeah, that is accurate. A lot of this is just minions overrunning people. Baron the Sinless. According to whom? Obviously, White Mantle propaganda. Antidote signet will not save you, yeah. But it's something that's interesting to think about of like, how do you present this sense? I mean, it's honestly, it makes me think of a similar problem in games of how do you convey, like RPGs have a huge problem here where the player is typically in a traditional RPG. The player is getting more and more powerful over time, but because of that, you make the enemies more and more powerful over time, so you can kind of keep them equal. And this is important for the play experience, but it also means that the player begins to lose a concept for how strong their characters are relative to stuff. But it also leads to all sorts of other weird oddities. I don't know, that's something that I think about a good bit regularly. I feel like levels in video games are often not employed in very compelling ways. And especially, there's a lot of potential narrative value to levels and world building value that is just absolutely squandered. And it's part of why levels tend to be very unexciting. I'm gonna... That Watchtower Guard can't escape Chaos Storm. They're stuck in it. So it's just one of those things I think about some. Is like, how do you solve some of these sorts of power level related problems? I'm going to want to go get this stick, but it's going to jettison us out the side, and I want to go over here and take out this watchtower first before I forget it. Because I absolutely have forgotten it before. And so it's like, how do you, when you're trying to write about these sort of power level things of like, it is an uphill battle, how much, like, how do you approach trying to communicate that? Like, do you need to communicate that? And this is where, like, principles of, like, show, don't tell, like, come in. Which is not always, of course, the correct strategy. There are times to tell. But, like, that's one of the things, too, with games, is games have, like, let the player experience it, don't just show them or tell them. Let them experience it. Angle to it, which I think is really interesting. I don't care about Antidote Signet. Care about troll unguent. Guy's hosed up there. There's a well of the profane, like, floating in the sky. I want to make a Reading Rainbow reference joke to that, but I don't think there's a good way of doing it. Glad to have missed the savage shot there. That's an expensive minion army in terms of raw energy. There's Jonas and Grimnolt. I discerned that there's an abbot over here by the sudden loss of empathy on the Justicar, I think it was. You could do a really interesting novelization of the Guilders Prophecies story. It could be an interesting thing to do. It's not something I'm going to try because I don't see it. I don't have a strict desire to do that, but it is an interesting concept. Now my brain's thinking about how I'd approach doing a novelization of the Guild Wars 1 story, which is maybe not the most helpful thing to be doing, but here we are. You guys can go back down to Dinas. I want to take a nice clean screenshot of this area of me floating a mile above everything. Let's zoom in. It's kind of a neat little spot, so I wanted to get a screenshot of it. But the geometry and the nav mesh or collision stuff is wonkily aligned. Let's open this lever. The staff is nice to hold as a caster because it does give you some nice benefits. I think one of the big things that I'd want to make sure to convey is you have your point of view character. Do you want to have multiple? Would you like one of the big challenges that you have to ask yourself right away is I guess if you're trying to make a novelization of the prophecy story, you would actually focus it in on like Devona, Aiden, Menlo, Sin, like those characters, Eve, and you'd kind of build it from them to some extent, and you'd also want to no Phantom Pain. The question is, like, what sort of level of narrator do you want? Yeah, I missed life siphon. I don't know. It's a really tricky problem to, or that's a particularly tricky thing to kind of figure out. Anyway. Got more important fish to fry, like this Neckered Horseman. What is... There's definitely a lot of like dramatic stuff that you could do with it. That would be really interesting, though. Particularly with like the sinking of ore, for example, and the rise of the undead problem, and how you might want to approach some of those things from a narrative perspective could be kind of interesting. White Mantle Savants are terrible elementalists. It's largely because they have like 2 skills. Getting out of bed was your first mistake today, friend. Crossing my path will be your last. Boy, I definitely have some days where it feels like getting out of bed was a mistake. Maybe not entirely. It would have been a mistake to stay in bed too long and then wet the bed. But, some days it's nice to just stay in bed and read, you know? Here's the part where I figure out whether or not I missed a watchtower. Man, it feels great to pick those guys off when they're trying to use... Man. PvE damage over time AoEs works so well when people are getting body blocked by minions. But, feel like I lost several trains of thought along the way right there. Okay. But yeah, picking off an enemy when they're trying to heal with an interrupt. Damaging interrupt. It's kind of satisfying. Yeah, their only offensive magic is Savannah Heat. Or Ten Ice Heat, rather. It's just not that impressive. It's such a weird non-bar. Ooh, a gold. Haven't seen one of those today until now. That's nice. Yeah. I don't know what part of what we did accomplished that, but we did the thing. So that's nice. Okay, Brahma the Callous. Oh, you have more of restoration, even. Bye. Oh, yeah, we're leaving this horde of minions here to defend us. Okay, I kind of want to see how much the minions mess up this cutscene. Okay, not that much. Okay, cool. Well, that was the last mission I needed to do to fill out this book. Wow, that gave me a lot of loot. So that means I gotta go turn in a book for the first time on this account, which is very exciting. Also, I just unlocked a max sword pommel of warding. The sword is otherwise not worth very much. I mean, it's worth a decent amount, but crafting materials, please. Yes. There's a chance that could have been steel. I would have liked that better, but what you gonna do? Anchorites Vitae. Okay, let's... Yeah, I'm probably going to be taking the Vitae out. Anchorites is unfortunately not worth nearly as much as its parallel in Prodigies. Okay. LA. What if Reforged makes more areas 8-person parties? That would be interesting. Angel. Anchorites is still not worth anything, right? 190. This has got some value. Vitae is probably... Oh, yeah. Yeah, just a wee bit more. Yes. Normally merchants don't actually get to say anything to you, but if they have a quest, it's a different story. Sweat Reaver goes from 25 gold to 29 gold. Barely worth it. Wow, a lot of these are not identifying very well. 35 to 62 feels pretty good, though. 28 to 41, that's not bad, not bad. 34 to 54, that got 20 gold in value. It's nice, nice, nice. Dead bow goes 31 to 46. These guys are kind of being worth it. Bow goes 25 to 42. Animals already identified. 29 to 35, that was barely worth it. Shining Mall, that was not worth it. That was a loss of money, but that's okay. That's the gamble we play. I don't need any of these things, though. Right. I like to do Padres' quest because he's the merchant here in town, and if you do his quest, then he won't talk to you, and you can go straight to his dialogue. Or his merchant window, whatever you want to call that. Which obviously is convenient. I think it's obviously convenient anyway. Gordon Ecker. Written evidence. Look at my copy of the Flameseeker Prophecies. Yes, I thought it was 9, but it is 8. But that is still... yes, please take my copy of the Flameseeker Prophecies. That was worth quite a few skill points, and more importantly, is worth quite a bit of platinum. Oh, here's the shrine. So this is where I could... you may alter your covenants with the various gods, as well as toggle Reforge mode. Yeah, this is where you get that up. So that's neat. That's where that is. Like I said, I kind of feel like just keeping this OG for now. As stupid as that kind of in some ways is. I'm rich. 34 platinum. 34 and a half platinum. Okay. Do I have, like... Okay, I need to go to Captain Gray one for that one anyway. I could do that as part of the... You know what? We're not doing that right now. That's something that's on my to be done list, not my doing list. Let's do this one first. This is a weird question. Better to leave from the wilds? Yeah, probably. Feels good. Feels good to have finished a book, you know? Now to finish some quests. And if I turn those in on everyone, like, that's 64 platinum, which is nice to think about. Finishing factions books and being able to advance that will also be really nice. Because I would like to be able to get high enough that I can start getting some of those skills. And whatnot. Okay, well, that just made me feel like I wasted my empathy, but that's okay. That spider had no energy left. Spider leg, spider leg. I'm not sure where that song would go. It's interesting. I was talking to my TO, the tournament organizer, at the Magic event I went to last night, about like my local game store is expecting Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles to be a bit more popular than Spider-Man. And I was mentioning that I actually kind of liked the Spider-Man set. I think part of it is I had very low expectations and it exceeded those. So I quite enjoyed it as a result. And like, I like Mayhem. I like web slinging mechanically. I think it's really interesting, sort of alternate cost mechanic. That works especially well with Man at Works, incidentally. But, well, I'm not getting that ply poison in time. But, anyway, so I was talking about how, you know, I feel kind of like unusual for liking. And he's like, actually, there's quite a few people who did. And he was talking about how he had brought some to some middle schoolers and they thought it was like the coolest thing ever. So it's like, oh, yes, of course. The demographic isn't just jaded people in their 30s and 40s. You know, the Magic is trying to expand into other audiences. And there's people who are going to take things like I did when I was a kid, you know, whereas like, it's not some corporate cash grab. It's the coolest thing ever. Like when Lego Star Wars happens. And the idea that there could be more Pokemon. Like as an adult, it's like obvious, of course. This did well, of course there's going to be more Pokemon. But like as a kid, is like, there's just 150. And what do you mean there's more Pokemon? What do you mean there's new Pokemon games? And like eventually you just kind of learn how things work. But like, you know, when I was like 12 or whatever, I didn't know how things worked. And so like the discovery of like there can just be more Pokemon games, new Pokemon is like, wow, this is amazing. And it's a different approach to things and a different like setting point, and I don't know. It's really interesting to think about, like how biased our perspectives can get. And like social media is an extremely biased perspective. And all the people who are like, national borders are terrible and should go away have not really thought about this. It feels like, okay, either A, there is functionally a one world government, or B, it's complete anarchy. That's the only way. It's the only way to have no national borders. And one world government might be something that could theoretically happen. I mean, from my religious perspective, I think that eventually that will happen united under Jesus, but not for a very long time. Or like, that's difficult to qualify. But you know, that's otherwise, I don't think a one world government's happening. But like, not under like raw humanity. I just don't think, I don't see that happening. So like the other alternative is like if it does happen, it would be through some horrendous warfare or some other massive catastrophe that somehow renders that like the state that things are in. And I love the vision of Star Trek, but even that has borders. Is they're just on a different scale, right? They're a massively different scale. But like not having, man, I mean, Mamnoon Lagoon is such a pretty spot. But anyway, like the alternative anarchy is just like completely undesirable as far as I'm concerned. Like you want a government to exist and do things to help people and maintain justice, and like how are you doing any of those things without a government, right? Like you're creating pseudo governments, and I don't know. It's so ridiculous to me that we're like, okay, we're going to drop this message off, and then we're going to go let the person know that we dropped the message off instead of taking the message directly to them. Feels weird. Feels very weird. Hmm. Such a cool vista. Like, why is this cooler looking to me than like the same thing would be in like the same span of space would be in Guild Wars 2? I guess part of it is because it's like less navigable. That creates a different feel to it, but I can't be just that, right? That feels too trite. It feels like there has to be something more. But I don't know. It's so strange. Anyway. Let's go talk to Alari. No. No. I mean, I guess you might get that off. I guess I could have... I had plenty of time to mistrust in there, and I just did not because... Question marks. I love these light beams filtering through. Like, visually, it's just so striking to me. Guild Wars 2 needs more of those. How's that for my random take? I think from here we get a quest to go talk to Gareth and then go take out some other random guys, right? What my recollection is. One where we go get the ruined armor from some lost white mantle and bring that back. I should... Come on, wiki thing. List of skill acquisition quests. These ones don't matter because can't get them anyway. Yeah, I'm gonna be comparing to that page to see if there's anything that I'm missing. Once I finish these like 4 quests here, the one that I'm currently doing, the follow up, and the 2 from Deep Throat's XP reference, the guy who's referencing Deep Throat. Only spot that you can find those in Pier. Hello, Alari Double Blade. Gib skills.
How can I help?
Yay, Ethereal Burden. I already had Stone Daggers. Must have gotten it from some other quests.
Welcome, friend.
Arcane Thievery and Conjure Frost. Weird set of skills, but yes, I will go report to Gareth immediately. And then I'll go take out those guys, and then I will come back. Ooh, 150 gold, nice. And I wish keys felt worth it. Like, here's the thing, right? Keys don't need to always be winners, but they need to feel like they are winners at least as often as they are losers. Like, you kind of want... You want the sell price of a key to probably be on average... Like, you probably want the value of what you get from using a key to be on average between the sell price and the purchase price. Sometimes you want it to be worth like more than the purchase price, right? And sometimes you want it to be worth less than the sell price, but you kind of want the average to be like this is 150 gold to sell, and you probably want the average to be around 250 gold of value that you get from using this key, because it probably you probably purchase it for 300. So you probably want it somewhere kind of around there, where it's like, on average, you are losing money from buying keys and opening stuff with them. But you have enough of those moments where you get something that's actually worth more, that it feels like you're not getting just straight up ripped off, not just merching the key. And that's like a weird like threshold to try to hit. But from a mathematics like balancing standpoint, I think you want it to be something where it is like, if people are mass buying keys, they should be losing money on the proposition. But it should feel like they have a reliable enough chance of kind of getting close to cracking even, that it feels worth it. And like, this is why I don't tend to buy Black Lion chest keys, except it's like even more aggressive. Of like, the amount of money that it costs doesn't feel like I'm getting it doesn't feel like I get my money's worth from purchasing Black Lion chest keys for Guild Wars 2, so I just don't. And like, if they were 25, 30 gems, I would consider buying them. At 125, they are like, they feel like they're overpriced by like 400%. And of course, I'm not going to buy them when it feels like they're overpriced by that much, right? Like, Like I want to feel good about it, and I just don't. So I don't get them. And I don't know how many ArenaNet sells, and I don't know how many they would like. I don't know how much money they would lose if they sold them for much less. I don't know how that would affect the game's economy and like the greater like their balance sheet, which is frankly the more important part. Take the ruined armors back to Gareth Quickblade. Okay. Like, because of course they're selling them because they want to make money off of them. But it's like it's one of those tricky things with anything like that. Is it's the P's and Q's, right? And typically the way that it works is the higher your price, the lower your quantity. Um, for some very obvious reasons, like you have more people that can purchase it when it's cheaper. And so like the question that you have to ask with anything like that is there's a threshold where as you keep increasing the price, the number of sales are going to decrease. And the question is that something where you're losing money or you're gaining money despite the lost sales? And that's a really impossible, like it's not impossible to answer, but it's a really challenging question. And I'm sure, you know, the people at Arena who are in charge of answering that question with their gem store have to think about that a lot. Okay, I need dropping eaves. That's down here. But I mean, it is a simple matter that like if I could spend, let's think about this for a moment. Let's do some quick math. So if there are 25 gems a piece, you could get 4 for $1. So then $5 would get you like 16. That would actually feel real good. Being able to crack 16 things. At the current price, $5 nets you 400 gems, which means it allows you to open basically 3, because that would be 375. And you have like 25 gems left over, right? And when I think about that, like, how many would I want to be able to feel like I could crack for $5? I'd want to be able to open at least 12. I'm pretty sure that's psychologically where I'm at. And 3 is just is far too few. And I'm not quite sure how that math lines up exactly in terms of like gem prices and stuff. But what is clear is that the current prices are way too high for me to want to do it. But the question is, like, how much money would that functionally lose ArenaNet? Because, like, we're talking, they would have to sell, you know, if they drop the price to 25, they would have to sell substantially more of them. Like they literally have to sell 5 times as many to make the same amount of money. So the question is, would that price increase sales sufficiently? And they get a little bit of data with some of that sort of thing. Like if they did a special like I think if I were at ArenaNet, I would consider like running a like very rare special event promotion, like probably Evan Nashblade's birthday. Congratulations, Black Lion chest keys are available on the gem store for only 25 gems or only 40 gems or something like that. And just see during that time, just one time a year, and see what that does to the sales. Because I think it would be really interesting experimentally. Like right now they're 30% off, which I'm not sure what that actually translates to. Probably like 87 gems. That's just me ballpark guessing. without having done the math whatsoever. Um, yeah, that sounds about right. Probably about 87 gems, which is like more acceptable, but still a bit too much as far as I'm concerned. It's like, okay, what does that do for their sales of keys? And like this part of it too is like there's going to be thresholds, right? Where it's like too expensive, too expensive, too expensive, too expensive. Maybe, and then like, oh yeah, it definitely feels worth it there, right? And so like, how many people do you need? Like, at what price points are various people going to have the? Oh yeah, that definitely feels reasonable. Hello, Scout Melthoran. I see you're hanging out here. Um, so I don't know, something that I think about a little bit as well. But like, obviously, I don't have as much market research power as ArenaNet theoretically has. I'm sure they've investigated some amount of this. There's also some amount of like lowering prices on stuff like that can leave a big feel bad for the people who have bought them. Um, and that's something that's also always really difficult. Like, one of the problems with doing sales is that you kind of set the price unless you do sales extremely rarely. Um, that's kind of what the actual price is for most people who are going to be money conscious. So you have to be really, really careful when deploying a sale on a product. There's so many moss scarabs. Why are there so many moss scarabs here in the Meguma jungle? There's a Shining Blade camp. You can tell because there's a Shining Blade logo everywhere. There's no Shining Blade people here, so it's an abandoned Shining Blade camp. But somebody's maintaining the torches. I don't know. This place is perplexing. Okay, let's get close enough to trigger their dialogue. Because like one of the questions is if they drop the price of Black Lion keys and it triples the sales, they're still losing money, right? If they drop it to 25 gems, so then it's not worth it, right? It's all tricky stuff. Hey, Deep Root. Thank you. Spirit of Failure, that unlocked. I don't recall seeing an unlock for Arcane Thievery. It's weird. But maybe I got it from something else at some point. I don't know. Spirit Shackles and Meteor. I might want to give Meteor to Acolyte Sosuke, actually. I like Meteor quite a bit. Is it weird that my least favorite Lorwyn Eclipsed card is the non-full art basic planes? Because it feels like Edge of Eternity is crashing into Avishkar. It does not feel like Lorwyn at all. It's like my poster child for the Lorwyn Eclipse cards that don't feel like Lorwyn or Shadowmoor. I think the Eclipse Zone visual style also slightly at fault. It just, I think it lands wrong for me. And there's a lot of cards that are kind of trying to do that liminal space that just fall flat for me as a result. I want the set to trigger my Lore Wind Shadow Moor's nostalgia because that's about when I started playing Magic, and yet it doesn't, and it's just like very sad for me. But oh well, it is what it is. It's kind of like the TMNT set. They have decided that like we're doing our own take on TMNT with these cards. So it's like, okay, but your April O'Neil is black, which is fine. I have no particular issues with that in and of itself. But the problem that I do have is it's not the April O'Neil that I'm used to, in the sense of like the one that I grew up with in the various cartoons that I watched, and so it doesn't trigger the nostalgia for me, and that makes me a little sad. And like I think it's worth it, and like I think Wizards of the Coast is, well within their rights of like, okay, we are trying to take a take on this property, and we want, like, one of their goals is to be inclusive. I appreciate that. And so like that decision I support. At the same time, I acknowledge that it cost me some nostalgia. And like, there's something a little sad about that, and I have to acknowledge that too. It's part of it. And I think that cost is worth it, but it does mean I have to work through those emotions and that little bit of sense of like, but that's not my April O'Neil. But it's not like the property's for just me. Nor should it be. I want people to play with. If it was purely for me, like, who is this for then? Anyway. I'm all rambly today. Which is a good sign for where my throat's at right now, actually. These trolls are level 18. Other ones have been level 14. Wow, that guy had no energy left. It's like I want enemies to have energy so I can deal damage to them with my broken elite skill. Overpowered. Do other games tend to use the, like, it's broken for overpowered thing? Because, like, I'm pretty sure I picked that up from Magic the Gathering. I think it's Drogo that I need, right? I don't think I need to talk to Scout Maltharan. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I should go back and talk to him just in case. Nope, I don't need to. I just need to take the Bloody Heart to Dark Oak. No apply poison. As much as I love Prophecies, it has way too freaking many pop-ups. Like, pop-up mobs are just everywhere. I guess these jungles are supposed to be dangerous, but it's like, could slightly fewer percentage of enemies be pop-ups, please? Especially when they're like, I want the pop-up mobs to feel like they're an actual thing that I'm dealing with, and not just like some random Healy scrub. Random Healy scrub just popping up wanding me and then dying is goofy and kind of a waste of time. Okay, I need my team to catch up with me here. I'm not going to solo a bunch of spiders. Even if I am several levels higher. I'm not set up for it. This is a team game. It's one of the things that I like about it. I wish Guild Wars 2 had been a bit more built around the fact that it is largely a solo in a crowd experience. Ooh, die. It's a bit of a tricky thing to approach, though. Like, solo in a crowd is... yeah, definitely a tricky thing to approach. I think Zenmai is my only condition removal right now, which is a little clunky. Skill makes sickness cost 10 more, which is kind of rough. But it's also only a level 1 spirit because I have no investment in the skill. Wow, it doesn't even take the bonus damage to kill it. That's how pathetic it is. Really? I'm going to come back this way at some point in time in the future from Mox. It's a really good quest to do because it does give you... I have TOA, right? I've got to have... yeah. It's a really good quest to do because it gives you a bunch of platinum. Excuse me. Had some sneezes there. And this area is just so annoying because of all the spider pop-ups. Makes it feel like it takes forever to navigate. See, I've got like another 2-ish hours I can stream. Probably. Oh, it's a weird metric. Yeah, I missed the fly poison. It's okay. I do find it really strange. Like one of the points of balance in this game that I think is really, really weird is that ArenaNet values energy regen / degen far more highly than just raw amounts of energy. Like if you're standing in this, right, and you're losing 2 energy per second, that is equivalent to 6 pips of energy degen. And I just know that they would price 6 pips of energy degen far more highly. And like the 11 energy loss from energy surge, that's, you know, like 33 pips worth of energy lost for 1 second. So if you were to like lose an equivalent amount, you know, it's 11 seconds of 3 pips of energy degen. You could make a damage over time version of this though. That's like a hex. That's for, you know, for n seconds, target foe and all adjacent foes are hexed with uh, whatever you call it. They have -3 energy degen and take 9 points of damage each second or whatever. And you get something that is doing functionally the same thing. Okay, Dark Oak. I have a bloody heart for you. Yeah, you don't have to talk to that guy at all. So much more to the falls, and I'm not going there right now. I don't have a reason to. And it is tedious if I don't have a reason to. You. Good old Spirit Shackles. Good old Meteor, too. It's nice to get Meteor unlocked. I've been really noticing that I didn't on my heroes. Ooh, nice. Improved sale value. That's what we like to see here. At least salvageable, huh? Guess. Okay. So what I'm going to do now, I have no particular spot in mind, I guess. Go to Drox. Do I have... Actually, the best way to check this is... Okay, Takora, get back in the party. When you're getting into the party now. Gwen. Okay, I do have IAW unlocked. I don't know who I unlocked it on. Was it on this character? It was. Okay. Actually, I have a decent number of skills unlocked, but... Okay, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to take a moment to check which skill quests I have done and not done that I could be doing on this character. So, Mantra of Lightning and Inferno from Graven Images. Mantra of Lightning is an easy one to check. Yeah, I have that. Wastrel's where I get from the Ascalonian settlement. So, I already have that, but probably got a different way. Illusion of Weakness. Okay, I have Illusion of Weakness. And the Undead Hordes would get me Inspired Enchantment. Then Meguma Jungle. I know I just did Mysterious Message. Eye for Profit, I'm pretty sure I did earlier. That should give me Hexbreaker. It's right here. I do vaguely recall doing that. Yep, I remember just doing the Price of Steel. Oh, I likely did that on my Elementalist. Spirit of Failure, Blood and Smoke is the one I just did. Mind Rack. Where is that? Yeah, I have Mind Rack from the False Gods. Mantra of Earth. There's Blackout and Mantra of Earth. I had all the mantras, so I've done those. Crystal Desert, Arcane Conundrum. That's under Illusion Magic. Yeah, right here. That's the new icon for it, so it's a little confusing. Mantra of Persistence. That's Inspiration. Yep. Elemental Resistance. Right there. Do I have Ether Lord? Yes. See, this is a really good example. If this didn't say you lose all energy, it would still be bad. But it would be less bad. And guilt is from the misplaced sword, which I cannot get on this character. Okay. It looks like I have done all of the quests that I am able to on this character for skills. So that is good. I do want to... I wonder where I got... where I captured that. Doesn't really matter, but... I do want to get some more outposts here, but that's not my priority for today. Actually, something that would be... I'm going to go to Emberlight Camp, actually, because I'm going to just buy some skills. Let's see. All these things are ID'd. Yeah, I can just merchant all this stuff. There's Dak, Downleeb. I still need to get Echo, but there's other places to get it that are a bit easier. So I'm just going to grab like 15 plat. Sure. I'm going to spend some of it on Signets of Capture. But like Diversion, I think you can get off of a skill quest in Ascalon. I want it on this character. It's already unlocked on this account though, so it's lower priority. So I'm going to specifically look for skills that are not unlocked. And I do want to... How many Signets of Capture do I currently have on this character? Yeah. Grab some Signets of Capture. Okay. That's a bunch of skills that I have purchased to unlock on this account. Arcane Echo, honestly, probably would rather get that on my Ellie anyway. Epidemic, probably a little bit better on Necro. But... Okay, so that's a bunch of stuff acquired and unlocked. I'm going to drop her back off in Drox. Okay, so I'm going to just jump to some characters. I'm pretty sure I would have done this on you, but I'm just going to look at the Dropping Eves quest in particular, or the Blood and Smoke quest in particular, and make sure I have... Okay, I will survive. Elementalist. This would be Meteor, and I'm pretty sure I don't have Meteor on you. Because otherwise it would have been unlocked already. Okay, let's go figure out what I can do about this. I want to drop Gwen and Talcora, and then Koro, I want Healing Burst. Oh, you're all monked up. Yeah, I'm not going to need those things where I'm going. That's where I would want RC, but... Well, he's using BIP anyway. I don't even know what this is trying to be. This is a dumb build. I reject this build on the basis of it being dubious. Should be 8. This should be 10. Should be... I like my Dark Bonds. Bipper. Minion Bipper. Wait, I already had that there, didn't I? The only explanation. For what I just saw. There is a skill that I don't think I have yet that transfers conditions from... When you get a condition, you transfer it to your nearest minion, and it works really well with certain nonsense, but... Yeah, okay, this is fine. This is fine. I've completed Urgent Warning, but not turned it in. That is a choice that I apparently made. Okay, I've clearly been through there, so I've probably done those quests. But I probably need to do Dropping Eaves and the other one. So let's turn this one into Elder Gretchen first.
You honor me.
So that way that can stop being there and goofy. And I just want to double check. The price of steel would give me Conjure Frost and Arcane Thievery. Yeah, okay, that's kind of what I thought. I did want to pick up... Do I have... Yeah, I'm going to grab Arcane Echo. Just, it feels correct to possess that character on an Elementalist. There, now that's unlocked. I've unlocked a bajillion skills today. So that's good. Right. Right, the next objective is... Do I have Dropping Eaves? Yes. Okay, let's do this quest on this character so that way it is out of the way. What? Do I not have... Whatever. Can worry about that some other time that is not now. I believe I wanted to proceed this character through Eye of the North in order to be able to get some of the good stuff. Yeah, 141. I should really have some energy storage rune going on, but for some reason I don't. Oh my goodness, I feel so fast with charge up. I wanted to get through Eye of North so I could get an enchanting energy storage staff instead of this piece of garbage I'm wielding. Oh man. The numbers I'm able to get in these lower level areas as an Ellie are very nice. Nearly 200 damage on that guy. Talk about absurd. Which is like, this is what Ellie should be doing in more places, is being able to do stuff like this. Like, one of the big things that I'd do in this game, if I had the power to, is I would go through enemy armor and I would rebalance all enemies to have elemental weaknesses. Like, legit weaknesses, like less than 60 armor and things. That would allow everyone to be able to exploit those. And there's of course, like, you wouldn't always do that for every enemy. There's some areas where I think it's good to have enemies that are specifically weak against armor ignoring damage, but I think by and large you want most enemies to have some sort of element that they are just bad against TM. So just from a balance standpoint. But I'm really tired of having like this particular set of quests like lingering over my head. So today's the day where I want to get them off of my head. So I'm going to check my Necro. And I know I did this on the Ranger for Savage Shot, but it doesn't hurt to double check my Ranger against all of those things. We ran past it, so we should ignore it. We ran past it, so we should ignore it. Costs. Players. Man, Fire Ellie Dualitune is just so good. Except for the spots where it like really does not work. Obviously. Then it's terrible. Woo, that was a 1-2 punch. Incendiary Bonds and Rod at the same time. It feels really good to land like 150 damage fireballs. Is this quest gonna freaking fail? Because we got attacked by a Redwood Shepherd? $15 plant fibers? Well, I mean, obviously I need to go grab those. I think I need to reset. Oh no, wait, it finished. Okay, that was successful. Okay, I'm really glad for that. I'm still gonna go grab my plant fibers though. Yeah, those guys cannot take a Rod Gortz. little stage here. There's a lot of these like amphitheaters. I guess they were for druids to hold debates about stuff, maybe? There really are a lot of them. 51 damage out of flare feels fantastic. Like, seriously, if enemies had legit elemental weaknesses, it would improve this game. Like, just on average. Okay, not him. You. Yes, please. I mean, I'm gonna grab this quest. I'm not gonna do it right now. I'm gonna do. This one's important because of the Grim Cesta. I'm just scrolling through these to make sure none of these are skill quests. Some of those might be. None of those Escalinian ones are, though. Bandit trouble in reversing the scales or not. There's trouble. Okay, those are not. Those are some bounties and random other nonsense. I don't know why I recast that just now. I did not need to. Okay, whatever. This is the quest I'm currently doing. That's what's important. Okay. Yeah, and you can see the rangers are taking less damage because, of course, they do. They have plus 30 armor against elemental damage. Y'all enjoy it over there. Hello, Mothrin. I mean, ideally, I'd get a Mersat staff with an enchanting suffix because it's super sweet, but that requires me to get a staff wrapping of. I don't know, just these little 810 ones have a lot better armor than the lower level ones. Man, this quest is absolutely freaking miserable if you don't know to stop by the centaur and grab his heart on the way. So then you have to go all the way to Deeproot and then make your way all the freaking way back here. You save yourself so much headache if you just take this guy down right off the bat. Rodgort's a life pod. Man, fire Ellies are so freaking strong against those guys. Incendiary Bomb's actually kind of strong against bosses just because it triggers after a period of time. And bosses it'll trigger faster against. It's funny, if you came in here with 6 players, that guy would drop 6 hearts. Which is more than the average number of hearts. By a lot. It's just funny to think about. Interesting, I'm doing... So these spiders have exactly 60 armor against fired. Well, not this one, apparently. And one might have a weapon that has like a warding mod on it, or a defense mod or some sort of plus armor against elemental. But because I was doing exactly damage, that means exactly 60 armor against fire, because that's just how the formula works. Yeah, it's all math at the end of the day. Man, how many SIGs do I have? 1? I need to dump a bunch more money into getting signals of capture for this character and go on a capturing spree. Though a lot of the elementalists' better elite skills are like factions and Nightfall. Not Prophecies. I mean, there's some good Prophecies ones, don't get me wrong, but like Prophecies just doesn't have a whole lot of elementalist elite skills in the first place, it feels like. Oh, you know what it is? It's probably Thunderclap giving things cracked armor. That would explain. That would lower the spider's armor to 60. Honestly, I don't think cracked armor should have the 60. Can't lower it below 60 line. I think it should be able to lower it below 60. Or what's the point? Oh my goodness, charge is amazing. Okay, I need to do something about these guys. Okay, back to the falls again. Everybody's favorite zone. I should do a check of this character as well for skill quests to make sure I haven't missed any. Do I have... I'm obviously not going to warp there. Yeah, I haven't been out into this area yet. I think I have Ether Prodigy, don't I? Yeah, I do. Excellent. I just don't feel like I have a whole lot to say about these spiders at this point. Oh man, these guys are like full of plant fibers today, and I don't know what's up, but I love it. I want rain. Why is it not raining right now? Honestly, it's been a weirdly dry winter, I think. And we've had a lot of issues in the area of it being too warm to really build up snowpack. So if you've been hearing about like the Pacific Northwest, you probably heard about flooding that we've had, or that was going on back in the I don't know, a couple months ago. And like part of what's going on with that is it's too warm, and so the precipitation that's landing in areas. I mean, there's some infrastructure stuff. Infrastructure maintenance is something that often has been neglected in the United States in the past 50 years. For I have no freaking idea. Politicians are in absurd reasons, but the regardless of that, a lot of that precipitation in those areas like would often be snow that would then stay and then help supply water for over the summer. So there's some legitimate concerns over potential drought issues or like low reservoir supply and stuff. Um, huh. Interesting. That is deeply not worth it. Um, as a result of a lack of snowpack in the mountains. So that's definitely something that is a concern. Give. Not that one. This one. Thank you. No, I forgot to talk to Ventari. That's okay. I'm going to quickly do this quest while I'm thinking about it. Then I'm going to go through this character and see if there's any skill quests that I missed. It's not glamorous, but it's something that I do need to do. At least, as far as I'm concerned, it's something I want to do. Because I want to make sure I haven't missed any skill quests. The psychopaths are the ones that I'm really... I know it's psychopath, but it's the one I'm particularly concerned about. You know what would be really interesting sort of energy management option for Elementalist? If they had an energy management option that basically was like, and this is something they could do to energy storage. But it was like refunds energy based upon the number of enemies hit. So if you hit with Rodgor's invocation, maybe you get a bunch of energy back. Right? Like whenever a spell of yours deals damage to an enemy, you gain energy, kind of like Zealous for spells. I'm not quite sure how you'd want that to work, and it might be busted. but it would be very interesting to try. Okay. Um Where's your book at? Okay, you have the last two missions, and then you also have like Bloodstone Fen, Aurora Glade, Riverside Province. Which is not surprising. I have the Henge of Denravi because I ran there. Okay, let's just do a quick skill check. Now, because this is a Prophecies character, I need to check some more spots. But so I have Flare and Aura of Restoration is right here. Firestorm I've been using, Glyph of Lesser, Aura of Restoration, Blinding Flash, Lightning Javelin. Yep. Armor of Earth and Frozen Burst. There's Armor of Earth, so I should have Frozen Burst if I look under Water Magic. Yep. Ward against Elements. That's Earth Magic. Yeah, it's Hand Ward. Eruption and Shardstorm. Shardstorm. So legitimately, this spell could be, if this spell worked a little bit like Lava Darts, where it could hit target foe and up to 2 foes in the area of that foe or whatever, I'd be way more interested in this one. But I never use this spell. Magnetic Aura and Earth Attunement. Yeah, there's Earth Attunement. There's Eruption, Magnetic Aura. Whirlwind, Ward against foes, Ice Prison. There's Whirlwind. Ward against foes. Let's see. Lava Font. Lava Font. Ice Spikes. I don't know, I'm looking at these icons in a way that's just giving me the nostalgia vibes. Fireball, obviously I've been using that like crazy lately. Gale, Lightning Strike, and Ice Spear. There's Ice Spear. Lightning Strike, Gale. There's Gale. Inferno Lorb. There's Lightning Orb and Inferno. Oh, there's another spot where you can get Gale. That's hilarious. It's in 2 spots. That feels like an oversight. Grasping Earth and Water Attunement. Water Attunement I have. Grasping Earth is right there. Stone Daggers. There's Air Attunement. Stone Daggers. Conjure Frost. Iron Mist. Okay, these 2 I just did. Don't need to worry about those. Deep Freeze. Fire Attunement I have right there. Earthquake. Pretty good icon for Earthquake, actually. Swirling Aura. Obby Flame. Good old Obby Flame. Incendiary Bonds on my bar. Windborne Speed. And Flame Burst. Yeah, there's Flame Burst. Okay, so those are the skills. So I've done all of those. That's good. Right, let's go do this primary quest. If I can find the door. I mean, right now I've got Elementalist robe style. It's probably called Tyrion. Yeah. Um, I'm not gonna worry about any of those other things right now, though. This town is too inconvenient. Like, where did they put the Shunlai chest? I mean, I know a spot is like way off to the side, but like, it's like a weird wish. But if like 2 weeks adds anything going on there, I would actually be kind of happy. Sometimes you just need to take your elementalists and roast some really low level enemies so you can feel powerful. Because a lot of the time you're taking your elementalist in an area and you're like, why am I spending 25 energy to deal 60 damage to these enemies when I could be spending 5 to deal 9, almost 100? Poor elementalist. These life pods are so weak. Like, there's so many cool ideas, and it's just then, like, I don't know. Like, where am I supposed to be wanting to use Armor of Earth? Like, it is absolutely a skill that 100% should exist. But at what point in time do I actually want to use it? Yeah, it feels good to be the Hydra. I am the Hydra now. I should go get Glyph of Renewal. There's a bunch of skills that I want to get on this character, though. I want to get Assassin's Promise on this character. Not my Assassin. I mean, there's a good chance I'll get on my Assassin eventually when money is less of an object, but... Excuse me. Okay. Now I at least have these mission outposts on my map. Why did you stop moving towards Blade Warrior, Derek? All right. Let's drop some stuff off. Feels good to be able to check this character off of the skill quests stuff, though. Haven't done Ruins of Sirmia. Have a bunch here that I haven't done, too. I'm gonna grab some more sickness of capture on her. Not really looking to make use of them just yet, but just want to have them on hand. I should get her some more runes too, but not my first charge. My first choice for 3 of those skills, actually. Not my first choice for Aftershock either. Phoenix is a skill that I've been wanting, so I'm gonna grab that now. That's legitimately been a skill I've been looking at, being like, oh yeah, I should grab Phoenix. Okay. I wanted to do more Eye of the North stuff on this character. There's so many other things I needed to do. Need to go up that way at some point. Have I done dirty deeds done dirt cheap? There's a really easy way to check this. No.
Never anger a Norn.
Okay. That's not a huge priority right at the moment, but there is actually a rune trader here. I'm going to go ahead and make use of this opportunity to do something about that. I don't have a... Oh, I do have my energy storage sitting in my bank. We will store the energy in the pants. So I feel like it. I also actually kind of want to... I think I had a minor fire rune floating around here at one point in time. That's minor tactics. I might have gotten rid of it. Oh no, I just have another minor energy storage floating around. Okay. I guess that's fine. Maybe I got rid of it. Certainly not a bad thing. Yeah, okay. Just minor energy storage is lying around. Right, so for right now, my priority is character swapping. Okay, Mesmer I've checked. Warrior I've checked. Necromancer. You. I wanted to check you. Okay. I think you're my other Prophecies character. Okay. Deathly Swarm of Vampiric Gaze. Blood Renewal, Vamp Touch. Yeah, there's Vampiric Touch. Blood Renewal. Animate. Bone Horror. Faint-Heartedness, Soul Barbs. There's Soul Barbs. I only need to check one of these when they come from the same thing. Insidious Parasite. Why are there so many skills that give Deathly Swarm? Necromancer Test, Necromancer's Novice, and the Stolen Artifact. All give it. I really want to make sure you have it. Dark Pact. Yes. Parasitic Bond, Putrid Explosion. There's Putrid Explosion. Soul Feast and Shadow Strike. Soul Feast. Shadow Strike. Necrotic Traversal. Yeah. Vile Touch. That's death magic. Cold Shot. Yeah, there's Cold Shot. It's Cold Shot and Weaken Armor. Which Weaken Armor is under Curses. It's used to be a Hex that lowered armor, incidentally. Before the Cracked Armor was not originally shipped in the game, and they added it later, and it was a Hex that lowered armor. Shadow of Fear. Suffering. Rotting Flesh. Strip Enchantment. It's garbage right now because I have no investment in blood magic, but Dark Aura. Enfeeble. Blood Ritual. I think that one was one that I tried to get too quickly. Blood of the Master. It's death magic. There it is. A lot of A's for animate. Plague Touch. Versus this used to be no attribute, and then they made it able to do transfer multiple at a time and put in curses. Well of Suffering that's death magic, right? Okay, that's Mysterious Message, so I don't seem to have done that one. Dark Bond. I've been using that a ton. Does this character have it? It should be around here, so no. I don't have Eye for Profit. Rend Enchantments. I doubt I have that one as well. That should be Curse. Oh, no, that's Price of Failure. Price of Failure has a very similar icon at a glance. Okay, and that's the Price of Steel. That makes sense, because I don't have Well of Suffering either. Death Nova and Barb Signet. Like, I have Death Nova unlocked, but I think that's on a different character that was Slash Necro that went through here, perchance. Yeah, my monk was Slash Necro. Probably has it. And Barb Signet, obviously, I don't have. So I need to basically do all of the Meguma Jungle quests on her as well, which I kind of thought would be the case. Demonic Flesh, I have Animate Bone Minions and Price of Failure, which is one I was just looking at. Chillblains, which is right there. Malaise. Yeah, it's not a very good hex at all. Animate Bone Fiend, which we see right there. Signet of Agony. Yeah, I got that one. Just not barbed. And Well of the Profane, which is down here. Okay, so what I'm seeing is that I'm missing all of the Meguma quests on this character, which actually legitimately not a surprise. Okay. Let's boot Gwen and Talcora. Excuse me. Sneezies. Yeah, this is fine. It's weird, but it's fine. He probably does not need Glyph of Lesser. I know exactly what I'm going to put in instead to cure hacks. Okay. Probably don't have room for random things here. Jeremiah the Unmerciful. Not really that important to grab. Okay. Random have a platinum on me. Neat. Oh no. Okay, I can see why I don't have any of the quests over here. What's going to be the fastest way there? Let's just go TOA. Koss and Jorah. Okay. Jorah, I would like you to copy Koss's homework. You don't need this. Man, I need to do, like, there's a bunch of warrior skills that I kind of want to make sure I'm getting. This is plus 36 damage, which is pretty sweet. Hamstring enemies. Okay. Yeah, that's because I wanted to close the thing. Okay. That gives me 2 charge warriors that are here because they have charge. Off we go. This is stupid, but I have determined that the fastest way to get there is, in fact, through Talmark Wilderness and not... Oh my goodness, this stupid trophy looks horrendous, but... She earned it. I really want to replace Not Spider with Spider. But I also don't want to do the Underworld. No, we're not dealing with this Spined Aloes. This is why we're bringing 2 charge warriors. Let's see, I went through here for that, but we're going through here for other reasons. I'm just going to turn off everyone's combativeness for right now, because I just want to run. We got a ways to go to get to Majesty's Rest. This grass is weird. It's like a weird pale color. Yeah, I think I want to get an enchanting mod for this spear. I don't know what happened to Zandra, but she's having a really bad day. This is fine. The Inferno Imps up here can be a real problem. I'm gonna give them Ebon Vanguard Assassin to focus on. Good job, Not Spider. Strike as 1 is an absolutely ridiculous mobility skill that you are just not using. Like, it is so absurd for mobility. So somehow we're in Majesty's Rest. Which I'll admit did not go particularly elegantly, but we are here, and that's good. And this is the first part in my plans for getting to my destination. I've legitimately become somewhat addicted to Strika's 1 on this pet necro. Because it feels like it turns my pet into a spell. Which is just incredible. We're not fighting rot scale. There's no value to fighting rot scale. Man, Not Spider's doing a really good job of hitting these things too. Probably something about being a dire level 20 pet. This map is a brutal one to vanquish. Not as bad as the Falls, but like transition from Crichton Swamp to Maguma Jungle. It's a neat little spot in this little corridor. I'm going to be honest, I don't really remember this part of this map too well. I just don't go over here, like, very often at all. Something exciting about going to, like, unknown parts. Honestly, so one of my bigger complaints about Prophecies, and they don't do this as much as you'd think, but they definitely do it a lot. And it's teleporting from one mission to an unrelated outpost or other mission. I think there should be more primary quests and prophecies. Because, like, you do have some amount of spots where it kind of makes sense. Fort Rannoch ends right next to Frontier Gate, for example. And then you have a primary quest that takes you over to Ruins of Sirmia. Great Northern Wall, like, nothing about how that mission ends should dump you in Fort Rannoch. You should be back in Ascalon City and have to get a primary quest to take you to Fort Rannoch. I think I did some amount of compensating for that in the slow playthrough that I did. Where I'm like, okay, yeah, I know what it does, but, like, this isn't right. Oh my goodness. I just did, like, 90 damage from barbs. And it felt great. And also do 90 damage with that, and it's less energy and all at once, but it doesn't feel as good because it's not as many packets. So, like, spots, like, it makes perfect sense why you end up in Alani Academy after Ruins of Sirmia because they explain it. You teleport there. But after that, Rin should be an outpost, and you should get a quest there that has you travel up to Yaxbend. And then that, like, Yaxbend, or Borless Pass ends at the Frostgate, basically. And Frostgate basically ends at Beacon's Perch. Like, those are fine. And then, of course, you have your quest down to Gates of Kryta that goes directly into LA. But, like, Delesio Seaboard should not just warp you over here. You should have to, like, run there. And, like, that should also, like, have primary quests that bring you through this area. I don't know. There should be more primary quests and prophecies to take you around places. And it should be long. I'm saying prophecies is not long enough. That there should be many more quests and a lot more of a process. And there should probably be more outposts. Like, Dekudu down here or whatever should... Like, there should probably be a town somewhere in here. There's a lot of Kryta that I think doesn't have enough outposts. Etc, etc, etc. When are we getting the Prophecies remake like Final Fantasy VII? Where you can save Prince Rourke. I'm talking somewhat exaggeratedly. Obviously. A ranger suffix also would not be terrible with this. Make the pet attacks cheaper. Ooh, Tangled Seed. Nice. I don't need it, but enchanting is probably more useful on more builds, but still. And it has been... I haven't rewatched the slow playthrough since I did it. I know that there have been people who have quite liked it. And I definitely appreciate the attention it's gotten over the years. I admit, part of me is kind of interested in rewatching it, just to remember some of the things that I did. These enemies are so pathetically weak. Ooh, Windrider territory, though. That looks threatening. I kind of want to get this account far enough that, like, I can start vanquishing with it. Vanquishing is just a really good way to get some of that funding for more skills and stuff. Doing the Zaishin Vanquish in particular. I feel like I need more map coverage and such before I'm really thinking about things like vanquishing. I think I'm okay on the skill front, though, for the most part. Moss Scarabs are just annoying, and I would rather forget they exist than ignore them. Where the heck even am I relative to anything else? I do need to hit up Druid's Overlook, but I think this is actually getting me closer to the wilds. Yeah, this is where the Eye for Profit is. It's down here. Interesting. In that regard, Druid's Overlook, like being dumped in Druid's Overlook, maybe is less sensible than going to the wilds. Straight with a primary quest would be. That might be the case. At this point, I'm just kind of ignoring things and just running. Good job, Jorah. How long does this last for? Quite a while, I guess. Well, of course, what's really funny here is I might be getting the Wild's Outpost, but I actually need Druid's Overlook because that's where the quests are. And of course, I'm going to lose my larger party, but that's okay. I need this outpost anyway, and since I'm right next to it, I might as well. But it is a shame to lose my charge warriors, because that was convenient. It's a little bit amusing of a map, though. Just having the wilds on it, but not having Druid's Overlook. These guys are jerks, and I don't like them. I feel like I need to spend some time monking soon. Getting a weird urge to push health bars up. I definitely feel like my team comp is a little bit more single target focused. Or at least my bar is definitely single target focused. Where the heck is Druid's Overlook? This is a weird problem because I'm used to having quests take me to Druid's Overlook. I'm feeling like I don't actually know how to get there without just being ported there. Like I'm not actually as familiar with where it is on the map because I'm used to... And I figured it was actually quicker to like run here. Obviously, that's why I've done it this way, but... I'll take the silk, thank you. Yeah, I have an expert salvage kit on hand. Good. What is this? Undertaker's... Is this Undertaker's armor? It is. Except for the bloodstained. Oh, that might be an insignia I'm holding for a different headpiece. I think Druid's Overlook is in this general vicinity. But, like... It feels so weird going to it this direction that I'm really disoriented. This is definitely a spot where Death Magic is better than Curses, because Deathly Swarm, like you have some armor respecting skills that then can be boosted by weak enemies, but I don't know. I'm content to just let my party ruin these guys. I guess my loose plan right now is do Eye for Profit. And Mysterious Message. Am I? I am so uncertain of where Druid's Overlook is. This is wild. Is it up this way? Is it down here? Like, where is this thing? I definitely think I'm going the wrong way. At some point in this misadventure of mine. Wow, they absolutely ruined my Ebon Vanguard Assassin. It is only level 14, so it's actually weaker than them. I might be down this way. Hang on, I might be going around the backside of this thing. Do we have favor? No. There's a statue of Melandru there that you can see. If you have favor, I think that's harder to notice if you don't have favor. Okay, this is definitely not the correct direction. I think I needed to turn there. This is another spot where having charge would be extremely helpful. This would speed up this process of trying to course correct. I think you go down that way when you're looking for Graham. I don't know. I skipped going there because I know where the boss is that I need to kill for the lilac eye or whatever, eye for profit, which is down in that basin over there to the north of me. But there's like another spot where it guides you first, and I don't go there because it's a waste of time. But it certainly would help me locate things. Okay, I'm really curious about something actually with my character's armor right now. Okay, so that's the gloves. Like, it's one of those things where I wasn't sure if part of those gloves were like the bottom of the torso armor, or if it was all just like. That makes sense. Made sense to me. Okay, so there's a zone portal over here. Yeah, okay, there's just Cartamus. That's Druid's Overlook. It's way further south than I realized. I am not running back to pick up those 65 gold coins. Okay. So this is at the southern part of this. I wandered over to there. Interesting. I need your quest, and I need eye for profit. Okay. Let's go over here. I'm curious. So one of the things, where is? Okay, witness Giselle. Okay, you do have to talk to the individual people to be able to advance that one. I'm not worried about advancing that one right now. I want to do Eye for Profit. Wow, I have a ton of quests here. Help, I've lost the Maguma Jungle quests. Okay, Eye for Profit. Oh, goodness. This isn't how this is supposed to work. I have never done that before. That is wild. Huh. Okay, so if there's anybody who wants to clip stuff, that would be a great clip to make. I don't think anybody is actively watching me right now that would clip that moment. But if there was somebody, that would be a great spot to clip. Yeah, I don't think I've ever had the wild, like, left from the Wilds outpost with a Brother's Fury in my quest log before, such that I had run into the Chosen like that. That was wild. It's like these enemies are at just the right threat level where I have to deal with them, but not at the right threat level where they're actually a threat. You know what I mean? It's kind of inconvenient, really, when you think about it. I hate mouse scarabs. They're just so in the way. Okay, so I guess my plan for the rest of today's stream is finish off these Maguma quests on this Necromancer. Even though it's going to be redundant and I already have all of the skills unlocked, I would like to have them all on this character so that I don't have to worry about it in the future. That is, I think, what the plan for today is. Honestly, it's not that much, but I want to wrap up sometime in the next 30 to 60 minutes, so I think it's a good amount. Antidote Signet will be really nice to have on this character as well. I shall add Zar Mental Melt. Oh, yeah. Now that's what we call Barb's damage. Barb's did so much damage to that poor thing. Barb's works super well with minions, though. I've actually been really happy with this weird Curses Beastmaster. It's been kind of a weird build, but... March's Plague Web. Yeah, I just don't feel like going back for a lot of that little loot. There's the Lilac Eye. Yeah, it's just not that much gold. It looks like a lot, but like it's split across 6 people. It's not as much. Both those nice to have. I missed I just want to step out here and talk to Thomas. Like, it's not that much to talk to these scouts as well. So. Man, I had a really large brunch. Okay, well, this is an accumulation of foes. See, like, right here, I'm at 118, and I go up to 124. That was 6 whole gold. It was just not very much. I believe there's one more scout to talk to up here. Oh, there's Mental Melt, which we killed last time. Would be vinyl. Wind Rider down there causing me annoyances. Okay. Yeah, I can go turn that in the wilds now. Which I'm going to. Okay. But seriously, mysterious message time. Do these, and then... Hope everyone's doing well, by the way. I feel like chat's been pretty quiet lately. It's fine. But if I'm catching you in VOD land, or you're catching me in VOD land, I do appreciate it. If you're lurking, I appreciate it. Just working on this quest to unlock all skills. Made really good progress on it today. Happy about that. Wind Riders are really annoying enemies. And I'm tired of having the Muguma Jungle quest hanging over me, so it's time to get out from underneath them. Oh my goodness! Look at just the sheer number of moss scarabs. Look at how Splinter Weapon was so effective against all those moss scarabs. Thank you, Zandra, for Splinter Weapon. On my weird spear-wielding necromancer. I don't know that Zed is the best candidate for what I'm doing in here. I should probably... Do I have Sosuke on this character? I don't know. I can't check right now. I mean, Party Window just flickers that on and off. It doesn't help anything. Whee! Warthogs. I mean, I'll take spider's webs. Where did these spiders come from, and why weren't they here earlier? Okay. I'm not going back for 5. It's for 9 gold or whatever that is. 8 gold, probably. I mean, it's a little bit of losing out on value here and there, but not a lot of losing out on value here and there, and not enough for me to want to deal with. What a weird stick. I feel like this bow is like deeply like interesting, but not actually good. Like, what I like about that bow in a number of these Prophecies quest rewards and some of the collector's weapons and stuff is that they present an idea of a design space that is not particularly utilized. particularly for green weapons, I think it would be very interesting to have some that are like weapon mod combinations that are not actually possible to make otherwise. And I think that would be a very interesting spot. And it doesn't necessarily mean that they would be better, but imagine like a vampiric zealous weapon that doesn't have an intrinsic increased damage or doesn't have a normal suffix, right? Like 15 over 50 vampiric zealous. That's its mod combination. Like that would be interesting. It'd be a sweet set of daggers. But like if that's something that you literally could not get any other way, that adds value to some of the greens as well. I don't know. It's just a very interesting design space in my mind of like non-reproducible weapon mod combinations. I'm just really enjoying the foreground elements here, with some of these background elements. Like it's got really good depth to it in that particular spot, which is why I was stopping there for some screenshots, if anybody's wondering. Oh boy. These Wind Rider groups are no good. No good, very bad. Massive hordes of obnoxiousness. Oh man, I am so looking forward to getting this account more established, more able to do stuff. A lot of it is just map presence. I lack so much map presence. Huh. I wish I could take that off. But I cannot, unfortunately. It's weird, but there's a lot of value for me in if there was a pet attack, and I don't think there is, but if there was a pet attack that I could use a bit more frequently to apply a condition that doesn't care about fleshy status, that'd actually be pretty nice. I feel like I can smell supper, and it's kind of nice. I'm not especially hungry just yet, but smells. I feel like I'm smelling something baked, and it's kind of making me happy. Okay, well, that behemoth went down. See, like right here, this is worth more, like, what would be the gold equivalent? 6 times 20, so 120 gold. Like, if this is a 120 gold pouch, that's how much that was worth. Which is wild, but it's just how the math works out. My whole build is centered around barbs. I don't actually have that much slow reaping. I don't need it, so be higher. Okay. Almost to the Silverwood. We'll go talk to Alari Doubleblade and then make our way down to Gareth. So I'm with Gareth. I can finish that quest and then head down to Ventari's Refuge and Etten's Back. Man, this spot is so pretty too. There's a lot that I like about the Maguma Jungle. There's a lot I dislike about the Maguma Jungle. One of the things I dislike about the Maguma Jungle is how easy it is to get lost in it, which I suppose checks out in Guild Wars 2 as well when one thinks about it, particularly Tangled Depths. course, Tangled Depths is confusing because it has so much verticality. And like so many tunnels. It's a very tunnely map. Arena is very aware of how many issues that has caused players. It is one of the things that like I'm looking forward to. I have to figure out what my order of operations is going to be. I think when I finish unlocking all skills, like I basically have once I've finished that, two other like streamed projects that I want to do. One is a playthrough of the Middle Earth Shadow of War, because I've already done Shadow of Mordor. And I want to do Shadow of War, which is another game that I'm extremely fond of. But I also, and I've talked about this before, I want to do a playthrough of Guild Wars 2 where that's Tangled for everyone, where I play without the minimap. Because I think that would be really, like, play through the story without the minimap, because I think that'd be really interesting. That is, like, I feel like that would be the one that I'd do second, I think. But I mean, it's going to be a while before I finish this, so. I know there's a lot of people who specifically like watching me play Guild Wars 1, but this is my stream and I'm going to play what I want on it. Once I finish those projects, I'll probably come back to Guild Wars 1 stuff, but.
Welcome, friend. I've heard much of you.
The price of steel. Yeah, I can actually check this. Elias curses. Yeah, you have Ren enchantments and I don't, so I probably have that on my monk. Is my guess. I like these random like healing springs effects that you find in the Megumi Jungle too. It gives a real sense of like vitality to the place. This is a weird spot where it's kind of a weird V shape to the map. So these areas are like right next to each other, but they're also very much not. Which is one of the things that this game can do that Guild Wars 2 increasingly can't do. I see you over there. I probably don't do enough wanting to make Zealous good on this. Furious is probably the right mod. I don't know. I'm not worrying about it too much. Actually, the right mod is probably like a crippling one. Or like some sort of condition extender. Maybe barbed. Or increased bleed duration off of strike as one. I don't know. Something like that, maybe. Man, these enemies are just so weak. Not a bad thing for me, though. Lady Engelram. I don't know what her story is. I've probably mentioned that before. Kind of a neat view going down into this little lush waterfall basin. Hello, Gareth. I'm going to do this, then come back, turn that in, and then go grab the other quest, because I might as well do that one as well as I'm on my way. But they come off here and lead in literally opposite directions, so there's no reason to try to take them simultaneously. I'm a plague main. I have to remember that they changed some skills. It's like so sort of surreal that it even happened. It's hard to remember that it did. Yeah, you guys can keep fighting there. I don't really care. My goal is not to meet the Shining Blade Scouts in Silverwood is nice and all as an objective, but it's like automatic. And I don't need to babysit them, so... There is like a maiming pet one, right? I know there's a one that poisons. Part of like pet skills need to be balanced. This one is really nice because it heals your pet and it also has a short recharge and really solid plus damage. This one definitely costs a lot. Alari Double Blade getting absolutely wrecked by a Wind Rider. I think she managed to beat it, but will she die due to... Oh, nope, nope, nope. Troll Unguent managed to recharge in time. Yep, okay. She's managed to successfully kill that Wind Rider, so go her. Anyway, Lost White Mantle Patrol is right next to where she was, so that's probably why. But you can see what I mean by, like, it's a V of, like, around those paths over to where she is versus over to here. I'm finding myself wanting to do Vanquishing again, though. It's been a while since I've done it. Oh my goodness. I just fall right over as soon as I get any attention from my party. Okay. 2 quests remain. Barbed Trap. Interesting. And this quest is... all the henchmen looking away from us. And this quest is... yeah, Deep Roots. Deep Roots quests are the ones that remain. It'll be good to have all of this knocked off my to-do list, though. Bloodstone Fen is off that direction. I'll need to go there eventually, but I'll probably just get warped there from doing the wilds. Obviously, I'm going to want to fill in this book. It's just deeply not filled in. I have a lot to do over in these areas, too. Low priority at the moment. Okay, I'm not going to attack through empathy. Some of those he's already dead moments. I'll just make everything else go down more easily. Bonding is an interesting strategy. What is the hex that keeps getting put on people? Oh, lightning strike. Probably. I'm seeing a lot of lightning strike because that's going to be a hex that... Yeah. This is the one that causes degen that I sometimes see, and this is the other one that I'm not applying that's going on. That makes perfect sense. You kind of like need to target the enemy and then use strike as one to get the pet to run up to him, or to move the pet over to them, or it kind of doesn't work as well as you'd like. It's like I have a hard time finishing a cast of barbs before enemies die. So it's like my build doesn't actually work very well here because it's tuned for more durable enemies. It's kind of an odd little problem to have, but is the problem that I'm having. Weird bulbs hanging down. We want your leader. Take us to your leader. Whatever sort of alien stereotype statements. Okay. Now I just need to count Valor for my reward. This build is basically all around spamming stoning. Which is definitely not as good as spamming Rodgor's Invocation. So I should see if I have Sosuke on this character. Whenever it is that I finally get to... get to that. I don't know what this thing's thinking it's accomplishing. Oh my goodness, my inventory is so full of stuff. Major fire magic, anchorites. Virtuoso's attunement. That's definitely going to be one I'm going to have to check thoroughly. That's a pretty good amount of those, actually. Some good value on those quest rewards. We don't need to help them kill this... whatever. Kill each other. Zed's build is a little bit better for tougher enemies. I just want fire to burn everything down. But I may not have Sosuke unlocked on this character, so... Okay. Do I have... I do. Zed, get out of here. Okay. Interesting. I generally like dual tuning, but Mindburn sets things on fire for a really long time. I'm actually gonna jump to my guild hall and take care of my inventory here because it's gonna be easier. I'll probably set him up with a dual tune bar, but maybe not. Yeah, I think I want a dual tune bar here. I just like dual tune enough. I like Rodgort's Invocation enough. Breath of Fire, Phoenix, and Rodgort's. Yeah, we're gonna roll with this. Phoenix provides a little bit of additional party support, which is really nice. Let's get some of these crafting materials put away. Silk is always nice to accumulate more of. Weird cane is weird. Okay, let's look at these things that I got here. First of all, Virtuoso, 360, and Attunement is 290, so Virtuoso comes out first. Okay, I can get the Attunement out of it as well, which is good. And keep the armor, which is cool. Sell those. Major Fire is probably not worth anything. No, none of these are worth anything. Superior Energy Storage is worth a little bit for some ludicrous reason. Anchorites on Monk. Okay, that's worth 200. So that's probably worth salvaging out of this because this purple armor is worth so freaking little. Yeah, it was. Okay. I see. These are worth such garbage amounts that, like, unless it's unidentified, I don't want to waste the charges on it. Taking care of it. Okay. Grab bonus one of these to hang on to. Okay, now that I've cleaned all that up, let's go do a random smattering of quests here, and then all that good. Do I want to... Do I have... Hang on. Yeah. I am going to switch over to Death Magic like I was talking about doing. These two curses spells are just not really worth it. I don't know why Blood Magic is open. I don't need to look at anything Blood Magic. Deathly Swarm is going to hit reasonably hard on a lot of enemies, so that's worth... and maybe Snowstorm, honestly. I'm just, like... I don't know. This is a weird bar. I mean, 32 is not bad. It definitely gets a bit stronger if I had more dwarf rank. Okay, so right now I'm dropping Eves. Clearing everything else out was just kind of a bonus along the way. And then it'll be wrapping things up with that last one. I see you back there, Megumi Protector. Don't think I don't. Okay. To the Reed Bog yet again. We're going to this zone a lot today, but that's okay. Yeah, that was a wild situation where I'm like getting to, because otherwise I'd have had to run over to here, done this mission in order to be able to get to Druid's Overlook, and it felt like it was faster to run from there over to there. Weird situation all around. I hate moss scarabs so freaking much. It. I think. What I most dislike is random mobs when it's like one or two dudes that pop up like every like every two aggro bubbles, where you're like constantly tripping over like one enemy here, one enemy there. If it's like, oh, that group of enemies looks small and weak, and then you get up to it and suddenly there's more enemies there, that I'm more okay with. Or if it's like, oh, we got ambushed by a large group, but they're more separated out, that I'm also okay with. But it's like, stopping me to kill like this one scarab is just really obnoxious. I don't know. That's kind of where my thought process is right now. So many moss scarabs down there. I'm not going to be as good against that as Sosuke is. Okay, let's actually go back down and around. I want to make sure we're not having weird aggro issues like I did in the previous time through here. Especially with such a nice healthy horde of minions, it could be really a big problem. They aggroed the instant I finished casting my spell. It was very rude of them. Trying to avoid aggroing. Is it just me, or are there more moss scarabs here than there have been previous times? This is a very moss scarab heavy spawn. Like, I know spawns are somewhat random, but like, this has been bizarre. This feels so goofy. They can't see us standing over here. Okay, let's go. Quest. Can I go down over here? I can. I should. That is much closer. 40 gold worth of trophies in my pocket. Here. Thank you for the Death Nova. I'm not going to use the Predatory Season. I'm not going to be using anytime soon. I don't know when I'd ever use Savage Shot on this character, but I want to have these. I want to have these things done so I'm not worrying about needing to do them, you know? Come on, not a spider. Let's go. But I like Acolyte Sasuke having hundreds of HP. There's a protector over here. There's a protector over there, too. I can tell by the wand it's holding. Okay. I know it's been a lot of the same quests over and over and over again today, but that's so that way I can stop being this quest over and over and over again. I don't need to worry about it on my Assassin and Dervish as well. I mean, I could theoretically do it, but it just doesn't feel worth it for a skill. It'd have to be something I really, really wanted. I could see doing the quest for free antidote signet on both of them, but that one is not anytime imminent. So we'll probably see some of these quests again, but I doubt it's really going to be a case of wanting to come in here. So many trolls. Yeah, it's probably almost worth picking that idol up, but also I don't want to run back there. I want to get this stuff done with. Excuse me. No, pick up the bloody heart. Pick it up. Put it in your pocket. Run around with a bloody heart in your pocket. Don't think about it too much. Yeah, I could absolutely see wanting to come back and do the signet quests, but that was Eye for Profit, if I recall correctly, and that one is pretty easy. So because I will likely want it on those characters. There's a good chance that I will come back to get it, but yeah, that's so much easier. So much less hassle. This bar has become much more dependent upon other things without barbs on it. I definitely liked having barbs. Snowstorm is good for these lower level areas, though. Snowstorm in a jungle. Well, there's a lot of moisture to work with, I'm sure. I think you can walk up some of these ramps and go visit the druid houses. Yeah, look at this. I'm standing on top of the spiders. There's actually a little spider web there in the entrance. That's interesting. Hmm. Needed to actually land our attacks for me to be able to use necrosis on it. So, that's just how it goes. Okay. I did pick up that spider web, right? No, I don't think I did. That's okay. I should have. That's not that important. At this point, I'm mostly just looking forward to having these sets of quests wrapped up, but that's exactly why I wanted to get them all done today, because I'm tired of having them kind of be on my to-do list. What's this quest named again? Blood and Smoke. We finished clearing these things out yet? There's so freaking many spiders. Uh, You know, there's a certain point where you go from, yeah, this is fine, to, okay, but maybe I've done this 3 times today. And we would all like to experience something different in our lives. I will, however, continue to be delighted when they drop plant fibers. Oh, wait, that's the quest item. You can understand why I like autopiloted to salvage it, but I in fact cannot, which is good because I wouldn't want to have to go get another bloody heart that looks like a plant fiber containing trophy item. Don't worry about it. It's a funny game with silly ideas at times. Getting close, though. I can see the shelter that is right next to the place where this druid is. Maybe the thumbnail should be a freaking screenshot of this druid. Been spending enough time with him lately. Dark oak. Okay, well that's enough trying to futz around with screenshots for this. Let's go turn this quest in and call it a stream, eh? Well, turn this quest in after I clear out my inventory. So many spider legs. Okay, nothing else to identify. Nice. Hello, Eben. Actually, the centaur harness has enough value, though. I think I'm going to identify it. Yeah, that went up nicely. None of the rest of these are quite good enough, but... There we go. Now I can turn in this skill quest. Call it a stream in an explorable zone. Satisfaction. Satisfaction, I declare. Okay, well, that is going to be it for today's stream. I know we've spent a lot of time here because I don't want to spend more time here, and I wanted to get it all taken care of. So I don't 100% know what I'll do next time, but probably something on... I don't know. I kind of want to advance characters in Eye of the North and other things. But I'll have to figure it out. I'll have to figure out what I'm doing next time. But that'll be fun. So until then, everyone, thank you all very much for watching. Take care, and goodbye.